I forgot to drop the 11 SR, but it's up for you. Multivac, I want to. That's better, huh? How many Bitcoin?
Cheap again. Excuse me. There he is. What's the matter with the banner? I was reading it. How much do you have?
No, there's fish in the fridge. You know what's up. Dumb. we didn't get to the bank that raid? Or didn't? Oh, we didn't need it. That
Now
thing.
it's
That's the Demogorgon?
heads.
Match found.
No, I never did. I had friends that played it, but I never did.
Raid starting.
get caught in here, guys.
Run through period over. Match found. Raid starting.
Hello, I'm friendly. Running by. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, I killed the guy. I killed the guy. You're good. Hey, buddy, I killed the other guy. You're good. Don't. I'm friendly. Chill. Friendly, friendly. I killed the guy for you. Hey, bro, I killed the other guy for you. I'm friendly. Fuck you. Fucking dick. Oh, fuck.
Match found. Raid starting. Match found. Raid starting.
Hey, you killed my buddy.
Ah, yeah.
Run through period over.
GG. Fair. That's fair, I guess. Just trying to get the fucking fisherman's marker. I've tried like 5 times now.
Match found.
Hmm.
Raid starting.
Holy shit, 4 raids, I finally made it out here.
Run through period over.
Земляк, мы стрелять не хотим, мы просто наблюдаем.
In the movie Survivor, or what's it called? With Mark Wahlberg and the four military guys. Lone Survivor. Survivor. Got this song in it. That's why. About four Navy SEALs in Afghanistan get attacked by guys. Four of them. On, I watched a podcast with the guy too. Talks about. You know when you die so fast and you're like, how the fuck did they? Seems better now. Like I have an actual chance at aiming at them that quick. Yeah, me too.
Match found. Raid starting.
Locals arrived.
Run through period over.
Scav spotted. Fucker straight ahead.
Okay, guys.
Told you, I thought it was a raider. Sorry about that. I was just trying to recon the roof, so I didn't want to kill anybody. I didn't get your loot, so you might get it all back. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Right. I thought you were on the roof there. Okay. Yeah, no, I did. I'm sorry about that. You passed me. You walked right by me. Hello, Bryce. GG. Yeah, sorry about it. I was just trying to recon the roofs. Hello, viewers. How you doing? You guys want to be my first subscriber? Be fucking epic. It is a very nice VSK. Thank you very much. Nice shape too. I appreciate it. I guess I'm lucky that you didn't see me first. How's everybody doing tonight? Be right back. Where are we going next? Where do you pick a map? Big streets it is. To the street.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. Got a good one for you guys today. Quick reminder before we get started that I always take December off of traveling on the road, but I will be back on the road in January. I'll be at Helium in Philadelphia for a weekend there, and then I'll be out in Portland, Oregon, the libertarian bastion of Portland. I'll be out there next. But there's like 1,000 sane people in Portland, and they all come out to my show. So that'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. ComicDaveSmith.com for all those ticket links. All right, for today's show, we have returning our most requested and most popular and guest of the show, the best foreign policy guy in the country, the great Scott Horton. Of course, as all of you guys know, Scott is the author of the best books that have been written about the terror wars, Fool's Errand and Enough Already. The best book that's been written about the war in Ukraine and what caused it, Provoked. And of course, he's the creator. Well, okay, not the creator of antiwar.com, but he's been working at antiwar.com for decades now, which is really like the most important, I really do think at this point that the two most important libertarian projects are probably antiwar.com and the Libertarian Institute. And he's very, very involved at antiwar.com and the founder of the Libertarian Institute. And now, of course, he has the Scott Horton Academy, which is really just amazing. I'm very much looking forward to taking the courses myself. And I'm somebody who like lives in this space and talks about these ideas all the time. But first of all, even some of the stuff that I do know, I could use a refresher in most of it. And then there's all types of stuff that I don't know that I'm going to learn through these courses. So very excited about that. Scott, thank you so much for joining the show.
Absolutely.
Match
Happy to be
found.
here, Dave. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. There's just a lot going on. And I just a lot of stuff that I want to hear your take on. And some stuff that I have heard your take on the phone, but I want my listeners to hear your take on. But so let's start with Venezuela. On our last episode, we were going over this Politico interview that Donald Trump did the other day, and it really is. I don't know. Did you see the Politico interview where he's talking about the Venezuela stuff? And the reporter lady there, she hit him with a few of the really obvious objections to, like the percentage of drugs from Venezuela that even come into our country isn't your own stated thing here, more of a reason to go to war with Mexico or Colombia or something like that. And then he had this really devastating, brilliant response, which was, well, a lot of drugs are coming in. And, anyways, it's just like the Donald Trump it's like when he would say things. He's always done this. They say thousands of Muslims were celebrating in the streets after 9/11. And they'd go, sir, there is absolutely no evidence that ever took place. And he'd go, well, a lot of people say. A lot of people say they were, and you're just like, wait, what was that get out of jail free card? It strikes me, and I'll just kind of pass this to you to go in whatever direction you want. But it just does strike me. I remember
Raid
saying
starting.
at the beginning of the
Run through period over.
Hey guys, this is an extract guide for the newly added Smuggler's Tunnel Green Flare extract on Interchange. And if you do plan to take this extract, just know that you will need to bring in one of the green flares, either the hand of Interchange that was made by Reamer to show the approach does also have the raid. So my PMC's here at the but turning around, we do want to use these train cars and then the connexes to cross over the train tracks. And then once you do end up now going into this new area, along past the truck and all corner, as this is always the most important thing when you are trying to use a green flare extract, because if you do fire the flare outside this area, then it will not work, and then you will just get gunned down when you try to extract. So once you are in this area, then I put my PMC even with the guard shack and the barrier gate, and then you want to have your flare assigned to a quick slot, or you can go ahead and assign it now, either from your rig pockets, or you can keep it in your special slots so that you won't lose it if you end up dying. And then you want to hit the assigned number for the flare, and then I ended up aiming the top of my flare cartridge in between the top two rungs of the power lines while my PMC was at rest, and then I hit the fire button. And since so many people do struggle to fire the flares correctly, I always try to give you guys placement that you can replicate for shooting the flare so that you don't misfire and die, because it can be buggy whenever you do end up doing a green flare. Now, after
12-day war, that I couldn't believe how weak the propaganda campaign for it was. Like, at least with, Saddam Hussein, you had a little bit of a story there. The story was all lies, but at least, like, if those lies were true, well, then maybe you have some type of case that we can't let the next warning be in a mushroom cloud or whatever. And now I'm shocked that this one is even weaker than that. Like, they don't even have a 60% enrichment and no one's ever gone up that high before without breaking out or something. There doesn't even seem to be a talking point. And anyway, it's just kind of amazing that we're actually in this place where we're flirting with another war. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah. It's been easier and easier for him to do it. Obama made up this bluff that Gaddafi was going to kill every last man, woman, and child in the city of Benghazi. Imagine the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, 700,000 people wiped off the face of the earth. That's what Gaddafi's about to do if we don't stop him. And hell, he announced it in a press conference from Brazil. He wasn't even in the country at the time. And then by the time he ganged up with Saudi and UAE and Al-Qaeda against the Houthis in Yemen, you know what happened there? The declaration of war was issued by Bernadette Meehan, spokeswoman for the State Department, who put out a little press release. She didn't even announce it with her face and voice on TV or anything. She just put out a thing saying, oh, by the way, we're bombing Yemen now. And so now I guess Trump has the America First armor that, boy, if good old anti-war Donald Trump wants to do this, it must be necessary or some kind of thing like that. It's supposed to be only Trump can go to China, and only Trump, the so-called, macho tough guy Republican, can make peace everywhere, not can talk a good game about peace and therefore get away with starting another war. And you're right, it is a pale imitation. I don't know if you saw, that's a little nostalgic for it, but also I got such resentment, Dave, it kind of canceled it out. But I saw the clip of Jon Stewart on The Daily Show, where they did a comparison and they show propaganda about Venezuela right now compared to the Iraq propaganda, and where on Fox News, but like you're saying, such a pale shadow of an imitation. It's pathetic. They're going, oh yeah, all that fentanyl coming from Venezuela. That's a chemical weapon. Yeah, every one of these boats that's coming, those are weapons of mass destruction.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is The Wellness Company. We've all heard the studies. Testosterone in young men is drastically decreasing every decade. One major study in the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism found a healthy 22-year-old in 2000 had double the testosterone of a 22-year-old in 2025. So if you're in your 30s or 40s or 50s, you might want to check this out. Mars from The Wellness Company, a doctor-formulated nutraceutical designed to restore vitality without synthetic hormones or stimulants. Mars helps men to naturally increase testosterone, enhance circulation, and improve strength, focus, and sexual performance with Tongkat Ali, Tribulus, horny goatweed, yes, it's really called this, and zinc. This isn't about masculinity, it's about health. Low testosterone affects energy, motivation, fertility, muscle mass, mood, and future generations. So if you're looking for a boost, Mars will have you feeling like you are on another planet. Check them out at twc.health/problem and use the promo code PROBLEM to get 10% off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/problem, promo code PROBLEM to get 10% off and free shipping. level up your performance today. All right, let's get back into the show.
Like, come on. And this is all, everybody knows. They already said all this. It's in the journal and whatever, that all the East Coast stuff, that's just cocaine. That just means rich people get to stay up later drinking. That's all that means. Nobody's dying of cocaine. Get the hell out of here. You know, like, I don't recommend you getting all the way strung out on it. It can be bad for you. But mostly it's just people who like having fun get to have fun into the like late morning hours, you know, kind of thing is basically what that drug is for. Big deal. You want to talk about fentanyl? Well, that's a whole different thing. It's all synthetics coming from China, the precursors, and then it's mixed together and sold through Mexico. And so what does that have to do with bombing Venezuela? As you said, oh, well, you know, drugs are bad. Okay. That's his answer. Like, oh, well, okay. Well, it could be a pretext for war against somebody. I don't know. Whatever. But you know, it's funny because I was thinking about what you're saying, because I did see you and Robbie on your last show there, and you're talking about this, how they coined this phrase, or they tried to coin this phrase, panicans, like people who are too alarmist about what bad thing might happen. I mean, honestly, I have had, you know this about me, that when I was younger, I was more willing to speculate about how horrible things were going to be. And then a few different times that didn't pan out. And so I stopped doing that, basically. But now I kind of err the other way, where I'm like, nah, they're not really going to go that far, are they? And then they do the stupid thing that, man, I really didn't think they were going to go that far. Whatever it is. There's been a few of those. Well, a couple. Anyway, where it really is worse than I think. But we're all in this position now where, on one hand, this is terribly dangerous. Like, if we really go to war with Venezuela, the consequences could be, I mean, we could be counting this out for decades, what happens as a result of this, and the different alliances that we gotta, you know, that shift and change, and whoever we gotta overthrow the government of Colombia too now, or whatever, however it pans out from there. All the refugee crisis, as you and Robbie were talking about yesterday, that's sure to come from it, and the, you know, whatever. On the other hand, it's so silly and stupid and crazy that, come on, they're not really going to invade Venezuela. They're not, or even attack them with their power. I mean, hell, but at the same time, like, look, they're flying fighter bombers into the Gulf there, like right in, you know, at the 12-mile line, or maybe even inside the 12-mile line of Venezuela last night. They are threatening war. They had a giant thing in the New York Times, I guess, 3-4 weeks ago, about here Trump's different options for attempting regime change there. He could try to put in special operations forces, or he could try drone strikes, or he could just try pressure and this and that. And meanwhile, like, we don't even have any specific demands. What are the demands? Trump said, this is 4 or 5 weeks ago now, it's on video in the Oval Office. He said, that is Maduro, he offered everything. This is where he used the big F word. He knows not to F with the United States of America. And everybody quoted the second part. What was the first part? The first part was, he offered everything. He offered everything? Then what are we talking about? He offered everything but stepping down from power. Is that it? But otherwise, he's willing to make any concession that he could possibly think of to the United States. The idea that Trump could start a war over that, it seems too crazy to even waste time on now. Right? Like, I feel a little foolish. What if in a month from now, nothing happens? And then look at how alarmed I was but like, on the other hand, they are threatening war, and the consequences could be devastating. So you square it for me. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, like, what are we? I know it's like we're not supposed to take him at his word. Like, he said the quote you're talking about is that we were offered everything and he turned it down. So then what can you conclude from that other than you want a war? If you were offered everything, then why don't we accept everything, right? The only reason is because you want to, and then you're making these military moves, and the commander-in-chief is saying his days are numbered. That sounds a lot like talking about regime change. And yes, obviously Donald Trump says everything, and so you can only react so much. But like, at the same time, when you're actually making these steps and you're making military moves and saying this, now you're a guy with a gun saying he's going to shoot someone. Kind of got to take that seriously.
He closed the airspace.
Yeah. And while he's attacking boats off of their, off of their country, and look, like, I'm sorry, people could go with this panicking thing all they want to, but like, we really have had a real problem in this country over the last 25 years with people being way too concerned about launching a stupid war and really thinking through all the catastrophic potential outcomes from that. Oh no, wait, we've had the opposite problem. So like, yeah, I don't know, in the face, and it does, I gotta say, man, I said this during the Iran war, and I'm saying it during this one too. It really is like supporting this thing is substantially worse than supporting Iraq. Or, you know, because it's like, because now we have the example of that to look back on. Like even those wars, Iraq and Afghanistan were, look, they were never justified, but there was a much more reasonable claim at the time that even the 7 countries in 5 years clean break type of thinking, like, oh, you could kind of see it from being the perspective of the unipolar moment in the 90s, and we have all this power and we'll be able to get away with all of this. But at this point, with $38 trillion in debt, with 7 catastrophic regime changes in the last 25 years, it's so much worse. The way people say it, like, it's like right where, like, you haven't even thought through the possibility that maybe this could go bad. Maybe it won't go the way that you're envisioning it. Is just it's indefensible at this point.
Remember what happened when the Navy, I think, well, it was disputed, but I presume them guilty. They flew a drone into Iranian airspace and got it shot down, and they were trying to goad Trump into launching the war then. I'm pretty sure, or it may have been after Soleimani and the strike on Soleimani in Iraq, and then there was the tit for tat back. I forget exactly which occasion it was. But either way,
it was an unmanned drone that went down.
Well, there were
that
two
was
different
debatably in Iranian airspace.
Yeah. But I mean, the other incident was after they killed Soleimani, and then there was the tit for tat back.
Right.
One was in 2019, the other was in 2020. Anyway, but the point being is that Douglas McGregor, the former U.S. Army colonel, went on the Tucker Carlson show and said into the camera, "Mr. President, I know you know better than to do this. This will destroy your presidency, just like Vietnam destroyed Lyndon Johnson's presidency and Iraq destroyed George W. Bush's presidency. Don't think this will be one and done and fun and good. It won't be. It'll be bad. Don't do it." And, in this case, let's go ahead and talk about Iran just for a second here in parentheses. That's not over yet. They did not obliterate Iran's nuclear program. The Ayatollah has not given up his enrichment program. All he has to do really is rebuild his conversion facility so that he can transform uranium to gas and then back to metal again. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure Natanz is still operational. Certainly parts of it are, and they can build new centrifuge facilities, and they have domestic supplies of uranium. And so that did not obliterate their nuclear program. It set it back for sure, but that's not over. And if they really mean to solve that problem, that could lead to a much worse war. So McGregor is still not proven wrong about that, even after the June war of this year. But in the case of Venezuela, I mean, man, this is a country bigger than Iraq. And it has, I'm not saying this guy's the most popular leader in the world, but people tend to rally around the flag when they're attacked. And I couldn't find this again. I did look for it for a little while, and I couldn't find it. But I swear to you that I saw, and maybe I could try to ask Max Blumenthal about this, because I'm virtually certain that he tweeted this at the time. But when they were trying to do the Juan Guaido coup in the first Trump term, there was this massive turnout of protesters at the presidential palace. And it was at least 500,000 people. It might have been 1 million. It was a huge mass of people, and it was drone footage of flying over the crowds. And it was huge. And they were all there in support of the president, to protect him, to rally around him. And it's like the poor Indians versus the rich, whiter Spanish type. And that's oversimplifying it by far, but that's a lot to do with it. And so the Indians especially are like, no, we're rally around the leader, certainly before giving in to a foreign power. And if you put your shoe on the other foot, if you're an American listening to this or anywhere else in the world listening to this, imagine a foreign power coming to save you from your leader. You would shoot them, right?
Yeah.
You'll deal with your own leader later.
I know I'm using an example that you've used before, but like to even think about it like this, like if we actually caught, let's say whatever, like Chinese, special forces or something like that, like attempting a violent coup, like they had, like different units that were going to storm the White House and take it. And it was Joe Biden's presidency. The right wingers in this country who don't believe that he legitimately won the election, The right-wingers who believe the election of 2020 was stolen from Donald Trump would still pick up their guns because fuck the idea that any foreigner is going to sort that out for us, even if we have a problem, right? Like, and so you see, and I've been told this by many different Iranians who I've spoken to personally, where they're just like, look, man, it's because they'll say things like, they'll be like, look, you know, the Israelis or whoever will say, look, the Iranian people don't like the mullahs. They're oppressed by the mullahs or something like that. And the Iranians will tell you, yeah, there's some truth to that claim. There's truth to claim that people resent their own government, right? Everybody resents their own government, but man, they will side with them so quickly over an outside force who they already know has a history of intervening in their own country, in the region, for nefarious reasons. So it's just, all this stuff is kind of obvious.
Yep. So then, what are the choices? Let's say, I mean, look at how when they started Iraq War II, they thought intelligence from Chalabi in the exiles that they knew where Saddam Hussein was at the Doha farm. Wasn't that what it was called? The Doha farm? Something like that. Ah, hell, I forgot the name of the farm, Dave. This is 22 years ago, 23. Leave me alone. But anyway, they missed and they killed some kids and Saddam got away and they didn't catch him for a year and a half. And that was how they started that war was, oh, we know we're going to do this decapitation strike and we're going to get Saddam on the first night. Nope. And so, like, what are the chances? They could do it, right? I mean, if they got a sniper in place, if they have a drone in place, maybe they could zap Maduro and then say, okay, everybody, well, he's dead. So now what are we going to do? We're sending our diplomats to come and help, you know, forge your transition for you or whatever. Maybe they could do that. I don't know what would happen in the aftermath of something like that, but that's within the realm of possibility. They just get a good one off and get him. But actually, like, trying to launch an air war, destroy his military forces, or, you know, target his presidential guard or whatever, something more specific like that, and then try to rally the rest of the military against him. None of this stuff makes sense. Putting even the Delta Force or Navy SEALs on the ground to get him in the most like Hollywood type, rappel down the helicopter rope in the middle of the night type of thing, and go in there and get him in like a surgical way without a bunch of casualties on either side. But just the absolute minimum and get him seems to me totally out of the question, right? And then there does remain the possibility that they could bribe some general with enough money to get him to just take control. But they tried that before and it didn't work. And I actually need to really go back because I did pay close attention to this at the time, but I haven't thought a lot about it or read a lot about it since then. But there were the two different attempts. There was the Juan Guaido coup, and then there was what Justin Raimondo in one of his last articles at antiwar.com before he died called the Chef Boyardee coup, where they were trying to come in from, I guess, Colombia across that bridge. And then they had the whole pretext, the firing on that truck and all that. And anyway, the stuff just fell flat. And I think in both cases, they thought, especially in the case of the Juan Guaido coup, they thought they had some generals lined up to take over. And then, oh yeah, once it all goes down, John Bolton promised Trump, once it all goes down, these generals are going to swing into action and take over the government. Didn't happen. And so there's just no reason in the world to think that Marco Rubio is going to work this out and make this work well for the United States of America. The very best thing we could possibly do is call this off.
And it's just, you know, when you see that, you know, he said Marco Rubio, he was in an interview recently where he started talking about the Iranian connection to Venezuela, which essentially, from what I understand, is just that they treat Iran like a regular country and don't have a sanctions regime against them is the extent of it, or is he's trying to make some case about their
More
ties.
echoes of Iraq. More echoes of Iraq there.
Right,
hey,
right,
Venezuela's
right.
a problem for Israel because they're friends with somebody that Israel doesn't like. So go to war, America, for that. Again,
well, I mean, how, right, Hezbollah and he made a connection to Hezbollah and Iran. Like, okay, who does that sound like a problem for? And it's just, look, it's one more, you know, one of the major points that I was making on my show yesterday, and I really didn't like. I liked Tim Pool, and I know you were, all of us, like me and you both, were cool with him. We've both been on his show several times.
Yeah, I was on his show a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he's been nothing but cool to all of us, but like there was this thing, it really did like kind of offend me when he was going off on this rant about how Candace Owens will be the reason that we lose the midterms in 26, and it's like, no, dude, like I'm sorry, but you are staring here at like truly a political dynamic that I've never seen before in my life. Donald Trump, in the greatest political comeback in American political history by far, comes back to win this election. He takes back the culture, takes the popular vote, takes every swing state, and the Democrats are left utterly defeated. And there is a reason why the Republicans are about to lose the midterms in 2026. And it ain't because of Candace Owens' YouTube channel. Like, I'm sorry, that's not it. This is a distraction from the real thing. And the real thing is here. It's so obvious, right? Just at the very least, Marco Rubio is what he's always been. He has a neocon-ish foreign policy, right? I'm not saying he was actually a card-carrying member of the neoconservatives, but he's that guy who's always was a never Trumper, always was a war hawk, and he has a boner for this regime change in Venezuela, right? And so what you have one more example of is that Donald Trump is siding with the never Trumpers over his own base. And how many times in a row can you do that before his base starts to get a little upset about that? That's why he's losing. That's why he had record high approval ratings when he came in, and he's back down in the toilet now. His approval ratings are right around where George W. Bush's was after 2 disastrous wars and the economy crashed. That's what Donald Trump's sitting at now. Yeah. And that's because of Candace Owens? I don't think so, man.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the part I saw, Tim Pool was saying what the reason it's her fault is because she's targeting Turning Point and sort of, in a sense, blaming them for what happened to Charlie, which is undermining them. And they are such a powerful force for the right. And the thing is, that's true, but they're going to be severely weakened without their charismatic leader in the first place. And then secondly, this is the crisis that Kirk was facing before he was killed, was good luck shoveling this shit, man. No one's going to believe this anymore. No one's listening anymore. Trying to get people, trying to somehow get them back on board for where they're already lost on Zionism. I mean, it's just never going to happen. And so that was, and it's the absolute and has been all along the main, there are some others, but the main, flaw in Donald Trump's whole thing, right? It's his Achilles heel in the entire program. How are you going to be America first when you're Israel instead? You can't have it both ways. Yep. And from the and look, no matter who you are, you can ask Barack Obama or Joe Biden about this. No matter who you are, ask Bill Clinton. Benjamin Netanyahu's got some demands every morning. Remember, this is the one time I felt sorry for Barack Obama, was he was caught on a hot microphone talking with Nicolas Sarkozy, the president of France. And he says, "You think you hate him. I got to deal with him every day." I mean, imagine that. You get elected president of the United States, and like a month, 6 weeks before the election, Benjamin Netanyahu becomes the prime minister of Israel again, and he's going to be riding your back for your entire 8 years. Like, oh man, that would suck so bad. I can't believe it. It's hard to even imagine. And so Donald Trump comes in and he goes, "Yeah, I got this whole agenda." And Netanyahu says, "Me first." Right? He's on his way for his 5th, or is it his 6th meeting with Donald Trump this year? Is scheduled for the end of the month. So, and Donald Trump, what can he do? He has to put everything else aside and do what this guy says instead. And so, there's, Horton's law says a politician can always be counted on to keep all of his bad promises and break all of his good ones. And I would say the exception here is that Trump has actually kept his promises about the border and some of the trans stuff in federal policy and stuff like that, de-wokeifying stuff. Yep. And that's all well and good, but he's leaving. This is a guy who, in order to wage that spectacular comeback that you talk about, that historical comeback, he had to make a lot of promises, really big ones, including, no, really, I swear I'm going to care more about the people of this country than the government of Israel, for one. And not that he ever put it exactly that way, but he meant over anyone else is what he had promised. And people can just see, remember, it was in the summer of 24, in the lead up to the election, was when that hurricane came and hit North Carolina. Of all the ridiculous things, a hurricane comes and parks of the mountains and floods all those valleys and killed so many people. I don't know, 2,000 people or 1,000 something people killed. People still missing, and mud 500 feet thick and whatever. Gone. Totally devastating. And the whole narrative about DC was, well, screw you guys. We hate you. We don't care what happens to you. And because we got our own, list of Democratic Party priorities, and they don't include helping a bunch of people who we figure is going to go vote for Trump anyway, and just totally neglected them. They were so open about it. In fact, in Provoked, at the end of Provoked, I linked to this great article. I have a footnote for this really great article about the open disdain in Washington for the people in North Carolina during that time. And then the idea was, there's even that guy everybody follows on Twitter, Matthew something. Like, the whole idea was Trump's going to come and turn this around. Like, nope, Trump don't care about you either. And why? Israel instead. That's it. It's the key to everything. And look, yes, it's true that George W. Bush wanted to go to Iraq, but it was the Israel lobby led by the neoconservative movement that made it happen. He could have never done it without them. And their whole agenda was Benjamin Netanyahu's agenda against Saddam Hussein. The same guy who now says Iran is the greatest threat in the world is the same guy who got Saddam Hussein out of the way for them and put their best friends from the Dawa Party and Supreme Islamic Council in power there. Now he agrees with Sharon and is more of an Iran hawk. Thanks a lot. And the same guy this whole time. Remember, the clean break was written for him in 1996. And so, just there's an alternate universe out there somewhere where H.W. Bush won the election of 1992 by telling the Israelis to shut the hell up and go away and face them down, and won. And by the way, this goes to that point, you've echoed this a couple of times, it's very important, a point that guy Steven Crowder made, that when Israel first is everything, that means AIPAC will finance the worst Democrats that you hate the most, who are against every other thing that you care about, right-wingers, but they'll support them as long as they support Israel. Well, isn't this the greatest case in point? H.W. Bush got screwed by the Israel lobby because Bill Clinton outflanked him on the right on settlements in the West Bank. And Bush's pressure on Israel to deal with the Palestinians and create a Palestinian state, which, Clinton actually went on to try to do Oslo after getting elected anyway. But that's how he won the election, was getting the Israel lobby on board, promising them that he wouldn't screw them the way that Bush Sr. had. So William Jefferson Clinton is the Israel lobby's fault. And even Bush Sr. himself said that. And you can find this at mondoweiss.net. Just type in Mondo Weiss and H.W. Bush blames Israel for Clinton loss. And you can see where he made this statement. I think it was at Texas A&M Universities, where he and some of his people had talked about this, that was really the cause of that. So I was going to say no Israel lobby intervention in 92, no Waco. But then again, it was H.W. Bush's men who did Ruby Ridge, and they were the ones who set up the whole Waco thing in the first place. The raid happened when Clinton had only been in power for a month and a week. So he might as well have gone ahead and finished them off the same way Bill did. But anyway, there's a lot of other things about Bill Clinton, and not that I would have been like Murray Rothbard and endorsed H.W. Bush, but remember what Murray Rothbard said in his endorsement of H.W. Bush in the L.A. Times, Dave? He goes, yeah, he might have attacked Iraq and all this stuff, but at least he hates Yitzhak Shamir. And at least he's trying to stand up to the Israel lobby on something. That was what Rothbard said. That was his reasoning. Well, and also because Bill is going to bring Hillary and the cultural left with him. And so there's that too.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Vandy Crisps. Did you know that all chips and fries used to be cooked in tallow up until the 1990s, when big corporations switched to cheap processed seed oils? Well, now there's Vandy Crisps. They decided to do something about this. They created a tasty and delicious potato chip with just 3 ingredients and no seed oils. That grass-fed beef tallow is not just for flavor, it's packed with nutrients which are great for your skin, your brain, and your hormones. And snacking on Vandy chips is nothing like eating regular chips. With Vandy, you feel satisfied, light, and energetic with no crash, bloat, or gross sluggish feeling afterward. Vandy is 100% American made with zero compromises. It's the best chip you will ever have. And if you're ready to give them a try, go to vandycrisps.com/Dave and use the promo code Dave for 25% off your first order. That's vandycrisps.com/Dave, promo code Dave for 25% off your first order. And if you don't feel like ordering online, Vandy is now available nationwide at your local Sprouts supermarket. Stop by and pick up a bag before they're gone. Or once again, go to vandycrisps.com/Dave and get 25% off your first order. All right, let's get back into the show. Well, I mean, the example that I just, I've probably repeated this a bunch of times on the show, but I just cannot get over it because it's just one. I mean, there's like 1,000 examples like this, but this one is like it's just blood boiling. But dude, the vote while JD Vance was in Israel, to annex the West Bank, the fact that you have the most pro-Israel administration in American history, which is really saying something, considering like even like as you're labeling this here, right? Like even Bill Clinton, right? Even you said he went on to do Oslo, and like and then he totally threw the Palestinians under the bus and protected the Israelis the whole time. And as they said, it was basically two Israel's meeting with the Palestinians or whatever there. And even H.W. Bush, right? He'll launch a war for like. But now you have Donald Trump, and he goes, I'll give you everything you guys need. The $4 billion a year you're getting, we'll give you way more than that. We'll back your entire destruction of Gaza. We'll protect you from Iranian missiles. We'll bomb Iran for you. We'll bomb Yemen for you. We'll do all of this for you. My one ask is that you don't formally annex the West Bank, which you've already annexed. Like, just don't formalize it is the one ask. And then they go, while JD Vance is in Israel, we're letting you know, like just intentionally there's no other point to something like that other than to just let you know who the boss is. That we're just letting you know we won't even grant you that most minor of ask. Just imagine this, dude. A country who gets more unconditional support from a superpower than any country's ever gotten. From a superpower.
They did it again last week. They did it again last week. They held a vote in the Knesset over just rubber stamping Trump's peace plan. And guess who killed it? The Likud boycotted the vote. Dave?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, man.
What can you say? You would think I would keep talking, but I don't know what else to say after that.
That's why, look, man, this is why, like, to your point, right? This dynamic was already going on at Turning Point, right? This is why that and I say whatever you will about Candace Owens and where maybe like I haven't been keeping up with her, and like if people want to say she's way out over her skis on this theory or that theory, then like fine, maybe she is, but her investigating did reveal that text message that they all lied through their teeth about. And I'll tell you, I kind of defend it just on that, because that was a really interesting revelation, because it's not just that the wording of it was so interesting that Charlie Kirk actually said, I have no choice but to abandon supporting Israel. And I think there's a lot to that sentence. The dynamic was clearly that there was no, dude, like you're saying, after the if you don't have a controlled propaganda apparatus anymore, and you don't, because now all these kids are getting their news from sources like us and a bunch of others on the internet now. Just what we just said right there. Once you know that, how are you going to put that away? Who the hell is going to argue the other side and win that argument and convince? You're more likely to convince 20-year-olds to go back on dial-up, Scott. It ain't happening. We've got a superior product here, and they're all aware of it. And so that dynamic was here, whether Charlie got killed or not. That dynamic is here no matter what. And the fact that Donald Trump is sold out to that side and spit in the faces of everybody who's opened their eyes to this shit, that's death for him politically.
And look, they just had this giant thing where they brought 1,000 Protestant ministers to Israel to read them their marching orders and tell them to go home. And I just think, like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. There are a lot of communities out in the countryside where maybe people just really are still living in previous times where they're just not going to know. They're not going to see kind of what's going on here. But boy, for anybody on Twitter You can just see right there what's going on there. If your minister starts off with this on Sunday morning, well, you know what's behind that, and you might just ask him how many pieces of silver he got. I forgot if I mentioned this on your show before, but it's so much fun to talk about, was where Candace Owens, people had provided her these clips of different ministers warning their congregations, don't you go listening to Tucker Carlson or Candace Owen. They're very bad people, and they hate Jews, and they stay away from them. And the thing is, like, wow, you really don't even know who Tucker Carlson is? And then, but so the deal was, like, obviously, either someone just totally disconnected wrote their talking points for them. You have all these different ministers saying the same thing. So someone who really doesn't know what they're talking about wrote those talking points, or somebody who thought it was funny to go ahead and put typos in both names just to get these guys busted, like the secretary is a Candace Owens fan or whatever, and went ahead and did it that way and sabotaged them. And then somebody leaked an email. She showed the email where they said, here, Mr. Minister, we know you love Israel, and we just wish that you make a strong statement against Tucker and Candace, and we'd love to donate some Bitcoin to your ministry. And then, like, here it is, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen, they gotta be stopped. Here's your Bitcoin. And then here's clips of, I don't know, at least 2 or 3, I think she had 3 or 4 different ministers up there repeating these talking points. Like, man, it's going to get around. People's kids are going to see this on TikTok or whatever, right? They're going to know. They're like, hey, Dad, you know what's going on here? This guy's on the take, man. This guy's not preaching us out of the Bible. This guy's a businessman up there, right? Like this, I think, and if you look at the polls, young evangelicals are moving away from Christian Zionism at record rates. They already been lied to and betrayed about this. And the more I learn about this, by the way, I learn about how you can have people who, in fact, I met a guy recently who said, oh, he considers himself to be absolutely a premillennialist dispensationalist, but still not a Christian Zionist of any kind. Whereas you have Christian Zionists who aren't like that, and then you have Christian Zionists who are, led by John Hagee and the Cornerstone Church and all that, and the idea being that born-again Christians have to support Israel in order to force Jesus to come back sooner and, bring on the end of the world. And they have recently, I think just this last year, succeeded in breeding a pure red heifer, which it's funny. There's an old Justin Raimondo article from like 2001, Beware the Red Heifer, about how they were trying to do this, but the bulls kept coming out, or the cows kept coming out with a little tuft of white hair somewhere or something. It has to be a pure red heifer. Well, they did. They genetically engineered in West Texas. Or a West Texas rancher paid for it, a pure red heifer. And then they burnt its ashes and did the Holy Sacrament thingamajig. That means that now that they can blow up the Al-Aqsa Mosque and rebuild the Third Temple and try to bring on the apocalypse. So there's this whole tension there, of course, because from the Hageites' point of view, when Jesus gets here, there's only going to be a small number of Jews who accept him as the Savior even the second time. And all the rest of them are going to be sent straight to hell. And so the Zionist Jews have made their alliance based on the fact that that's ridiculous, but at least we get your money and your Republican Party support. But they only take it with the greatest of contempt for people that they help bankroll the ministers and as we see here, help provide talking points for the ministers who propagate these beliefs on the American people. And one more thing on this is I just saw there was a short little documentary thingamajig on this on Twitter that I saw last week, where they showed these Zionist group leaders going around in Kentucky and going and meeting with these small local Protestant churches, I don't know, Pentecostals or whoever they are, and trying very hard to get them and taking their money, like gleefully taking their money from the poorest people way out in the sticks who absolutely can't afford it, and under the threat of religious penalty. That this is, it says in the Bible, you have to do this. Just like your 10% that you tied to your church, you have to donate to Israel too, or your soul is at risk. Your nation is at risk. God will curse the United States of America forever if you don't give me the money you can't afford, welfare recipient. And it's the most cynical, just exploitative, sick, dude. It's sick.
It's the most evil lie you could tell. In support of the most evil atrocity. I think that, there's something to that. Look, like, let's just say, one of the things that I think is funny about this race. So like if you were just like allies with a country, right? And you just found out that the country was doing this. They were having a meeting of pastors to go back and then, you know what I mean, like do propaganda on behalf of that regime. Like that would be intolerable enough. But the added layer there is that it's Mike Huckabee, who is in name the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Like it would be intolerable if he was the Israeli ambassador to the US, but at least that would be like, okay, he's representing the country he claims to represent. And I think the thing that everybody's seen here that you just can't put away is like, you know, this guy is the Israeli ambassador. He's not the U.S. ambassador. This is very obvious, and he's the first to tell you. And you know, I was talking about this with Tom Woods the other day, our mutual dear friend and great libertarian leader. And so, you know, he was now Tom is a Catholic and a historian. And, you know, I'm just me. So I was like, I brought this up because I thought like, oh, this would be interesting for him because he's, you know, knows a lot more about this stuff than me. But, you know, he had expressed, so Tom's got a lot of Tom's audience at this point, I think is because, well, first off, he was like the best guy in the country railing against the lockdowns. And then he's got all these types of different business ventures and stuff. So he gets like different people from that who aren't necessarily out of the Rothbardian tradition or something like that. And he said he's even had a few you know, like Jewish supporters who were like, you know, I don't know, maybe thinks me and you are like anti-Semitic or something, or objected to some of the episodes that we've been on. And I was using the example of Kennedy in 1960. Obviously, in 1960, there were much different cultural attitudes than there are today. And, you know, like in 1960, a Catholic marrying a Protestant still would have been a very big deal in a lot of families. And like that's not the case really in America anymore. But as you I'm sure know, that like this was a major issue in the presidential election of 1960. It was that Jack Kennedy was the first Catholic president, and there was all types of like legitimate concern amongst people that he might feel a loyalty toward the Catholic Church rather than to the United States of America. And he had to address it in a speech and make it very clear that like if there was a situation where the interests of the church diverged from the interests of the US, or if the Pope were to give him an order, that he would not follow it and that he would be loyal to the United States of America, which I don't know enough about Catholicism that like that might not be the right answer according to God, but it sure is the right answer according to the United States of America. And I don't think it's unreasonable for that like same demand to be made of people like Mike Huckabee, like Christian Zionists and Jewish Zionists alike, that like you just can't be a part of this government unless that is your loyalty, your only loyalty. It's too apparent in people's faces. Like, sorry, like all of them. Like, I understand we've never had a Jewish president, and so perhaps that's why that issue has never been forced quite like the same way it was with Jack Kennedy. But like, we have had a Jewish just about everything else. You know what I mean, Scott? Like, we have had very powerful positions. And